Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. In the ancient city of Winterhold, where arcane towers pierced the perpetually snow-laden sky, a young mage named Lyra stood at the precipice of destiny. The howling winds that buffeted the crumbling walls of the College of Winterhold seemed to whisper secrets of forgotten magic, urging her onwards as she descended into the depths of the Arcaneum. Lyra's emerald eyes gleamed with determination as she pushed aside tomes of mundane spellcraft. Her fingers, calloused from years of practicing intricate gestures, traced the spines of ancient books until they came to rest upon a volume unlike any other. Bound in leather as black as the void itself, with runes that seemed to writhe and twist of their own accord, the grimoire pulsed with an otherworldly power that sent shivers down her spine. The Codex of Frozen Tempests, Lyra breathed, her voice barely audible above the creaking of shelves and the distant roar of the Sea of Ghosts. With trembling hands, she lifted the tome from its resting place, feeling the weight of centuries press against her palms. As she cracked open the grimoire, a gust of frigid air escaped its pages, carrying with it the faint echoes of long-dead voices. Lyra's excitement turned to horror as she realized the true nature of the magic contained within. The runes began to glow with an eerie blue light, and the very air around her crackled with arcane energy. In that moment, as the first terrified screams echoed from the city below, Lyra knew she had made a terrible mistake. The Codex of Frozen Tempests was not merely a collection of powerful spells, it was a key, a portal to a realm of ice and darkness that had been sealed away for millennia. From the swirling vortex that now tore through the fabric of reality, Daedric creatures of frost and shadow poured forth. Atronics of ice, their crystalline bodies reflecting the panicked faces of fleeing citizens, lumbered through the streets of Winterhold. Frost trolls, their white fur stained with the blood of the fallen, leapt from rooftop to rooftop with preternatural agility. As chaos engulfed the city, Lyra fled from the Arcaneum, the accursed grimoire clutched tightly to her chest. Guilt and fear warred within her heart as she witnessed the devastation her actions had wrought. The college, once a bastion of magical knowledge and safety, now stood as the epicenter of a storm that threatened to engulf all of Skyrim. Amidst the pandemonium, a dark figure emerged from the shadows. Clad in armor as black as night, with eyes that glowed like embers in the gloom, the stranger moved with deadly grace through the hordes of Daedric invaders. Twin blades flashed in the eerie light, cleaving through ice and flesh with equal ease. "You there, mage?" The figure called out, voice muffled by an intricate mask. "What have you done?" Lyra, her own spells of fire proving ineffective against the tide of frost Daedra, turned to face the newcomer. I didn't mean to," she stammered, shame coloring her words. "The grimoire, it save your explanations," the stranger interrupted, decapitating a frost Etronek with a fluid motion. "I am Caius, hunter of the night, and you, little mage, have unleashed a power beyond your comprehension." As Caius spoke, his mask shifted, revealing fangs that gleamed in the darkness. Lyra recoiled, recognizing the telltale signs of vampirism. Yet in that moment, faced with the consequences of her actions, she realized that ancient prejudices would have to be set aside if Winterhold and perhaps all of Skyrim was to survive. Together, Lyra and Caius fought their way through the besieged city, an unlikely alliance forged in the crucible of chaos. The young mage's flames, fueled by desperation and guilt, burned ever brighter, while the vampire's blades sang a deadly song of retribution against the Daedric horde. As they neared the outskirts of Winterhold, Where the college stood silhouetted against the raging maelstrom, Caius turned to Lyra. "The portal must be sealed," he said, his voice grave, "and only the power that opened it can close it again." Lyra's heart sank as understanding dawned. "The Codex," she whispered, clutching the grimoire even tighter. "But I don't know how to control it. The magic within. It's unlike anything I've ever encountered." Caius's eyes narrowed, a hint of sympathy breaking through his stoic demeanor. "Then we must seek out one who does. There are whispers of an ancient mage, a master of forbidden arts, who dwells in the depths of Labyrinthian. If anyone can unravel the secrets of the Codex, it would be Mordecai the Deathless." And so, as Winterhold burned and froze behind them, Lyra and Caius set out across the harsh tundra of Skyrim. Their journey took them through treacherous mountain passes and ancient Nordic ruins, each step bringing them closer to the heart of Labyrinthian and the answers they sought. Along the way, they encountered other survivors of the Daedric invasion. Brynjolf, a charismatic thief from Riffin, joined their cause, his lockpicking skills and silver tongue proving invaluable in navigating the dangers that lay ahead. Ayla the Huntress, her keen eyes and deadly aim a boon to their small band, swore to see their quest through to its end. As they delved deeper into the frozen wastes, Lyra found herself drawn to the enigmatic vampire hunter. Caius, for all his cold demeanor, possessed a nobility of spirit that shone through in moments of quiet reflection. He spoke of centuries spent wandering Tamriel, of the weight of immortality, and the constant struggle against the thirst that defined his existence. In turn, Lyra shared her own story of a young girl from a small village, driven by an insatiable curiosity for the arcane arts. She spoke of her time at the college, of the wonder and fear that accompanied each new discovery. And as the miles fell away beneath their feet, a bond began to form between mage and hunter, transcending the boundaries of life and death. At last, after weeks of perilous travel, the group stood before the imposing gates of Labyrinthian. The ancient Nordic city, half buried beneath centuries of snow and ice, loomed before them like a slumbering giant. As they made their way through winding corridors and cavernous halls, the weight of history pressed down upon them. In the deepest chamber of Labyrinthian, they found Mordecai the Deathless, the ancient dragon priest, his form long since reduced to a skeletal visage wrapped in tattered robes, regarded them with eyes that burned with eldritch fire. His voice, when he spoke, was like the grinding of stone against stone. "So, the Codex of Frozen Tempests has been awakened," Mordecai intoned, his gaze fixed upon the grimoire in Lyra's trembling hands. "Fools to meddle with forces beyond your ken." Lyra stepped forward, her voice steadier than she felt. "Great Mordecai, we seek your wisdom. The Daedra of ice threaten to overrun all of Skyrim. Only by understanding the Codex can we hope to seal the portal and save our land." The dragon priest was silent for a long moment, the weight of millennia evident in his contemplation. Finally, he extended a withered hand. "Show me the Codex, child of magic. Let us see what secrets it holds." As Mordecai pored over the grimoire, his ethereal form seeming to flicker and waver, Lyra and her companions waited with bated breath. Hours passed, feeling like an eternity, until at last the ancient mage looked up. "The magic contained within these pages is older than time itself," Mordecai declared. "To seal the portal will require a sacrifice, a soul of great power, willingly given." The implications of his words hung heavy in the air. Lyra, her face pale but resolute, stepped forward. "Then I will do it. This catastrophe is my doing, and I know." Caius interrupted, placing a hand on her shoulder. "The price must be paid, but not by you. I have lived for centuries, seen empires rise and fall. Perhaps this is the purpose for which I was spared death all those years ago." Tears welled in Lyra's eyes as she gazed upon the vampire hunter. In that moment, she saw not a creature of darkness, but a man of honor and sacrifice. "Caius, you can't. There must be another way," but the decision had been made. As they journeyed back to Winterhold, the Codex's secrets now unlocked, a somber mood fell over the group. Each step brought them closer to salvation for Skyrim and to Caius's final sacrifice. The battle that raged in Winterhold upon their return was like nothing Lyra had ever witnessed. The Daedric hordes had grown in number, their icy forms blanketing the city in a frozen nightmare. Yet hope blossomed as Lyra, Caius, Brynjolf, and Ayla fought their way to the heart of the maelstrom. In the courtyard of the college, where it had all begun, Lyra prepared the ritual that would seal the portal. As she chanted the words taught to her by Mordecai, her voice rising above the din of battle, Caius stood at the center of a complex runic array. "Remember, Lyra," the vampire hunter called out, a sad smile playing across his lips. "Some sacrifices are worth making. Live well, and never stop seeking the light." With a final, earth-shattering incantation, the portal began to close. Caius's form shimmered and faded, his essence merging with the magical energies that swirled around them. As the last of the Daedra were drawn back into their frozen realm, Lyra felt a piece of her heart go with them. In the days that followed, as Winterhold began the long process of rebuilding, Lyra found herself changed. The weight of her actions and of Caius's sacrifice would stay with her always. Yet she also felt a renewed sense of purpose, a determination to use her magical gifts for the betterment of all. The Codex of Frozen Tempests, its pages now inert, was sealed away in the deepest vaults of the college. But the lessons it had taught of power, responsibility, and the strength found in unlikely alliances would echo through the ages, a testament to the day when a young mage and a noble vampire had saved Skyrim from eternal winter. As Lyra stood atop the highest tower of the college, watching the aurora borealis dance across the night sky, she whispered a quiet prayer to the winds. "Thank you, Caius. May your sacrifice never be forgotten." And in the gentle snowfall that began to descend upon Winterhold, she could almost imagine she heard his voice, carried on the breeze, urging her onwards to new adventures and greater heights of magical mastery. Story 2. As the sun dipped below the jagged peaks of the Gerald Mountains, casting long shadows across the frost-laden plains of Skyrim, a lone figure emerged from the mists that cloaked the border. Ulfric Stormcloak, the legendary Dragonborn, had returned to his homeland after years of exile. His weathered face, etched with the lines of countless battles and untold sorrows, bore witness to the weight of destiny that hung heavy upon his shoulders. The wind howled a mournful dirge as Ulfric made his way towards the city of Windhelm, his footsteps leaving a trail in the freshly fallen snow. The cold bite of the air was a familiar embrace, one that spoke of home and hearth, of battles won and lost. Yet as he drew closer to the ancient stone walls of the city, an unsettling stillness permeated the air, as if the very land held its breath in anticipation of his return. At the gates of Windhelm, where once he had been hailed as a hero and rightful heir to the throne of Skyrim, Ulfric found not a welcoming committee, but a contingent of imperial soldiers. Their armor gleamed in the fading light, the red of their uniforms a stark contrast to the whites and grays of the Nordic city. "Halt," commanded the captain, his hand resting upon the hilt of his sword. "By order of Her Imperial Majesty, Ulfric Stormcloak is to be arrested on charges of high treason against the Empire." Ulfric's blue eyes, as cold and unyielding as the glaciers of the Sea of Ghosts, surveyed the scene before him. In that moment, he knew that Skyrim had changed in his absence, perhaps irrevocably so. The dream of a free and independent nation, for which he had fought and bled, seemed to crumble like sand slipping through his fingers. As the Imperial soldiers moved to apprehend him, a voice rang out from the shadows of a nearby alleyway. "This way, quickly." Without hesitation, Ulfric darted towards the source of the voice, his instincts honed by years of warfare guiding his steps. As arrows whistled past his ears, he found himself face to face with a hooded figure who motioned urgently towards a hidden passage beneath the city walls. Once safely beyond the reach of their pursuers, Ulfric turned to his mysterious savior. The figure lowered her hood, revealing the delicate features and pointed ears of a wood elf. Her eyes, the color of amber, seemed to glow with an inner light as she regarded the Dragonborn. "I am Elenwen," she said, her melodic voice tinged with urgency. "Once, I served as a priestess in the Temple of Kinnereth. Now, I fight to save Skyrim from a darkness that threatens to engulf us all." As they made their way through the winding tunnels beneath Windhelm, Elenwen shared with Ulfric the dire state of affairs that had befallen the land in his absence. The Empire, under the influence of a shadowy cabal known as the Thalmor, had tightened its grip on Skyrim. Ancient Nordic traditions were being suppressed, and whispers of rebellion were met with swift and brutal retribution. But that is not the worst of it, Elenwen continued, her voice dropping to a hushed whisper. There is an ancient prophecy, one that speaks of the end of days. The World Eater stirs in his slumber, and only the Dragonborn can prevent the destruction of Tamriel. Ulfric's mind reeled at the weight of this revelation. He had always known that his ability to absorb the souls of dragons marked him as special, but the full implications of his destiny now loomed before him like a mountain he must scale. As they emerged from the tunnels into the crisp night air of the forest surrounding Windhelm, they were met by a third figure, a man dressed in the simple garb of a commoner, but with eyes that spoke of a sharp intellect and a troubled past. Brynjolf, Elenwen greeted him. I trust you've secured safe passage. The man nodded, his gaze appraising Ulfric with a mixture of respect and wariness. Aye, that I have. Though I must say, harboring the most wanted man in Skyrim wasn't exactly what I had in mind when I decided to turn over a new leaf. As the unlikely trio made their way through the dense forests of the Rift, Brynjolf shared his own tale. Once a master thief and member of the infamous Thieves' Guild, he had experienced a change of heart after witnessing the suffering caused by the Empire's oppressive regime. Now, he used his skills in service of those who sought to restore freedom to Skyrim. Their journey took them across treacherous mountain passes and through ancient Nordic ruins, each step bringing them closer to the heart of the prophecy that threatened to unravel the very fabric of reality. Along the way, Ulfric found himself grappling not only with external foes, but with the demons of his past. In quiet moments by the campfire, he confided in his companions the doubts that plagued him. The weight of lives lost in the Civil War he had ignited, the question of whether his actions had truly been for the good of Skyrim or merely to satisfy his own ambitions. Elenwen, with the wisdom born of centuries of elven life, offered counsel and comfort. The past cannot be changed, Ulfric, she said softly, but the future is yet unwritten. It is not the mistakes we have made that define us, but how we choose to move forward from them. As they delved deeper into the mysteries surrounding the prophecy, the trio found themselves pursued not only by Imperial forces, but by agents of the Thalmor, whose eerily glowing eyes and otherworldly magic spoke of a power far beyond mortal ken. Their quest led them to the ancient monastery of High Hrothgar, home to the enigmatic Greybeards. There, amidst the howling winds and treacherous ice, Ulfric confronted the full extent of his heritage as Dragonborn. The Thuum, the powerful draconic language that had always come naturally to him, now resonated with newfound purpose and strength. From the Greybeards, they learned of an artifact of immense power, the Elder Scroll of the Dragonborn. Hidden away centuries ago to prevent its misuse, the scroll was said to contain the knowledge necessary to prevent the prophesied apocalypse. Their search for the Elder Scroll took them to the farthest reaches of Skyrim and beyond. In the depths of Blackreach, the vast underground realm of the long-lost Dwemer, they battled fearsome Falmer and solved intricate mechanical puzzles. In the mist-shrouded forests of Valenwood, they sought the wisdom of ancient tree spirits and evaded the watchful eyes of Thalmor patrols. Each step of their journey brought new allies to their cause. Mjal the Lioness, a fearless warrior with an unbreakable moral compass, joined their ranks after they helped liberate her home city of Riffin from corrupt imperial control. Ferenger's secret fire, the court wizard of Widorin, provided invaluable magical assistance and scholarly insight into the nature of the coming threat. As their band of heroes grew, so too did the bonds between them. Ulfric, once a solitary figure burdened by the weight of his destiny, found strength and solace in the loyalty and friendship of his companions. In Elenwen's quiet wisdom and Brynjolf's roguish charm, in Joel's unwavering conviction, and Ferenger's insatiable curiosity, he rediscovered the hope that had once driven him to fight for Skyrim's freedom. Their quest culminated in a race against time to reach the summit of the Throat of the World, the tallest mountain in Tamriel. There, as the sky turned an ominous shade of red and the very earth trembled beneath their feet, they prepared to face the World Eater himself. Alduin, the great black dragon whose coming heralded the end of days, descended upon them in a maelstrom of fire and fury. The battle that ensued was one of legend, with Ulfric's Thuum matching the World Eater's own terrible power. As his companions fought valiantly against Alduin's draconic allies, Ulfric found himself locked in a contest of wills with the embodiment of destruction. With the Elder Scrolls' power coursing through him, and the combined strength of his friends bolstering his resolve, the Dragonborn unleashed a shout that shook the foundations of reality itself. In a blinding flash of light and a deafening roar that echoed across all of Tamriel, Alduin was banished, not destroyed, for such a fundamental force of nature could never truly be unmade, but cast adrift in the currents of time, his threat neutralized for an age yet to come. As the dust settled and the red sky gradually returned to its natural hue, Ulfric and his companions stood in awe of what they had accomplished. The prophecy had been averted, Skyrim saved from both imperial oppression and draconic annihilation. In the days that followed, as word of their deeds spread across the land, a new era dawned for Skyrim. Ulfric, no longer seen as a traitor, but as the savior of Tamriel, worked to unite the fractured nation. The Empire, its ties to the Thalmor exposed and severed, sought a new path forward in cooperation with a free and independent Skyrim. As Ulfric stood upon the balcony of the Palace of Kings in Windhelm, looking out over the city he had once called home, he felt a sense of peace settle over him. The road ahead would not be easy. There were still wounds to heal, trust to rebuild, and a nation to guide towards a brighter future. But with the friends he had made and the lessons he had learned on his journey, Ulfric Stormcloak, the Dragonborn of legend, was ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead. And as the aurora borealis danced across the night sky, painting the heavens in hues of green and purple, people of Skyrim raised their voices in song, a melody of hope, of triumph, and of a future full of possibility. Story 3. In the fathomless depths of Skyrim, where the echoes of ancient civilizations still whispered through caverns vast and unexplored, the Dunmer explorer, Azura Nightshade, stood on the precipice of discovery. The luminescent fungi of Blackreach cast an ethereal glow upon her obsidian skin, her crimson eyes gleaming with anticipation as she gazed upon the towering Dwemer ruins before her. For years, Azura had scoured the underground realm, piecing together fragments of lore and deciphering cryptic inscriptions. Now, at last, she stood before the sealed entrance to what she believed to be the central hub of Dwemer activity and Blackreach, a discovery that could revolutionize understanding of the long-lost civilization. With trembling hands, Azura traced the intricate patterns etched into the massive bronze doors. As her fingers found the final glyph, a low rumble reverberated through the cavern. Dust and small stones rained down from above as the doors slowly parted, revealing a chamber shrouded in darkness. Heart pounding, Azura stepped into the gloom. The air was thick with the scent of oil and metal, untouched for millennia. As her eyes adjusted to the darkness, she found herself surrounded by an array of complex machinery, gears, and pistons frozen in time. At the center of the chamber stood a colossal automaton, easily thrice the height of a man. Unlike the smaller Dwemer constructs Azura had encountered before, this one bore intricate engravings and was inlaid with precious gems. Its lifeless eyes seemed to stare directly at her, as if awaiting a command. Driven by an insatiable curiosity, Azura approached the behemoth. She ran her hand along its cool metal surface, marveling at the craftsmanship. As her fingers brushed against a particular symbol on its chest, a spark of energy surged through her body. The chamber suddenly came alive with light and sound. Gears began to turn, steam hissed from vents, and the giant automaton's eyes flickered with an eerie blue glow. Azura stumbled back, watching in awe and terror as the ancient machine stirred to life. Initialization complete, a voice boomed from the automaton, its tone metallic yet unmistakably sentient. I am Vox Mechanica, custodian of Blackreach and guardian of Dwemer knowledge. Identify yourself, intruder. Azura, her voice barely a whisper, responded. I am Azura Nightshade, explorer and scholar of the ancient world. The automaton's eyes seemed to focus on her, analyzing. Azura Nightshade, your presence has triggered the reawakening protocol. The great forges of Blackreach shall rise once more, and the Dwemer Empire will be reborn. Before Azura could react, the ground beneath her feet began to tremble. Throughout Blackreach, long dormant machinery whirred to life. In the distance, she could hear the echoing clangs of hammers on anvils and the hiss of steam vents. Panic gripped Azura as she realized the magnitude of what she had unwittingly set in motion. The Dwemer, with their advanced technology and ambition, had nearly torn Tamriel apart in ages past. Their sudden return could spell doom for the world above. As Vox Mechanica lumbered out of the chamber, Azura knew she had to act. She raced through the awakening city, dodging newly activated constructs and leaping over reviving conveyor belts. Her mind raced, trying to formulate a plan to stop the reemergence of a long-lost empire. In her frantic flight, Azura collided with a figure emerging from the shadows. She found herself face to face with a Nord warrior, his blonde hair matted with dirt and his blue eyes wide with confusion. "By the Nine, what madness is this?" the warrior exclaimed, steadying Azura. "I'm Bjorn Ironheart," he introduced himself, eyeing the chaos unfolding around them. "I came seeking adventure in the depths of Blackreach, but this is beyond anything I could have imagined." Azura quickly explained the situation to Bjorn, who listened with growing concern. As they spoke, a piercing shriek echoed through the cavern. From the darker recesses of Blackreach, pale, twisted figures began to emerge, the Falmer, blind denizens of the underground, drawn by the sudden activity. "We need to stop this," Azura declared, her voice filled with determination. "The surface world isn't ready for the return of the Dwemer and the Falmer. They'll be slaughtered or enslaved all over again." Bjorn nodded grimly, hefting his war axe. "You're right. But how do we stop an entire civilization from rising?" As if in answer to their quandary, a new voice joined their conversation. "Perhaps I can be of assistance." From the shadows stepped a Falmer, but unlike any Azura or Bjorn had ever seen. This one stood tall and proud, his milky eyes seeming to see despite their blindness, and he carried himself with an air of ancient wisdom. "I am Galiber," the Falmer introduced himself. "Once, I was Knight Paladin of the Chantry of Auriel. I have watched over Blackreach for centuries, waiting for this day." Galiber explained that he was one of the last uncorrupted snow elves, a living link to the time before the Dwemer's betrayal. He had dedicated his immortal life to preventing the return of those who had nearly destroyed his people. With Celebor's guidance, the unlikely trio formulated a plan. They would need to reach the heart of Blackreach, the source of power for the entire underground realm. There, they might find a way to shut down the reawakening process. Their journey through the reviving Dwemer city was fraught with peril. They battled newly activated Dwemer constructs, navigated treacherous machinery, and evaded bands of panicked Falmer. All the while, Vox Mechanica's booming voice echoed through the caverns, directing the rebirth of the Dwemer Empire. As they fought and sneaked their way deeper into Blackreach, bonds began to form between the three companions. Azura's quick wit and arcane knowledge complemented Bjorn's brute strength and battle instincts. Celebor's centuries of experience and innate connection to the underground realm proved invaluable. They shared stories of their pasts during brief moments of respite. Azura spoke of her exile from Morrowind and her quest for knowledge to redeem her family's name. Bjorn recounted tales of his life as a mercenary, searching for a cause worthy of his blade. Celebor's memories stretched back millennia to a time when the snow elves lived in harmony with nature. At last, they reached the heart of Blackreach, a massive chamber dominated by a pulsating crystal of impossible size. Energy crackled around it, feeding power to the awakening city. And there, standing guard, was Vox Mechanica. "Intruders," the automaton's voice boomed. "You shall not interfere with the resurgence of the Dwemer. Our time has come again." What followed was a battle of epic proportions. Bjorn's axe clashed against Vox Mechanica's metal frame, while Azura's spells sought weaknesses in its armor. Galiber called upon long-forgotten snow elf magic, his efforts focused on disrupting the energy flow from the crystal. As the fight raged on, Azura noticed patterns in the energy surges. Between dodging the automaton's attacks and casting her own spells, she began to decipher the complex runic sequences controlling the heart of Blackreach. "Bjorn, Galiber," she called out. I need time. I think I can reverse the awakening, but I need to reach the control panel." Her companions nodded, redoubling their efforts to distract Vox Mechanica. Bjorn roared challenge after challenge, keeping the automaton's attention focused on him. Galibur wove intricate spells, creating illusions to confuse its sensors. Seizing her chance, Azura darted towards the control panel. Her fingers flew over the ancient Dwemer mechanisms, inputting the complex sequence she had deciphered. As she entered the final command, a blinding light erupted from the crystal. The chamber shook violently. Vox Mechanica stumbled, its movements becoming erratic. "No," the automaton cried. "The great work must not be undone." With a final, earth-shattering rumble, the crystal's light faded. Throughout Blackreach, machinery ground to a halt. The awakening had been reversed. As dust settled in the now silent chamber, Azura, Bjorn, and Galibur stood in awe of what they had accomplished. They had prevented the return of an ancient empire and saved countless lives both above and below ground. In the days that followed, as they made their way back to the surface, the trio discussed the future. Azura vowed to continue her research, but with a new purpose to bridge the gap between the surface dwellers and the denizens of Blackreach. Bjorn, having found a cause worthy of his strength, decided to join her. Galibur, though he could not leave his vigil entirely, promised to act as an intermediary between the world above and the Famr below. Perhaps in time, his people could reclaim some of their lost heritage and find a new place in the world. As they emerged from the depths into the crisp air of Skyrim, the sun rising over the mountains, Azura felt a profound sense of change. The world above remained unaware of how close it had come to upheaval, but she and her companions would carry the knowledge and responsibility of their adventure in Blackreach for the rest of their days. And deep below, in the silent halls of the Dwemer ruins, Vox Mechanica's eyes flickered one last time before going dark, the secrets of a lost empire once again consigned to the shadows of history. Story 4. In the frigid lands of Skyrim, where ancient magic slumbered beneath ice-capped mountains and primordial forests, a tale of transformation and redemption was about to unfold. Bjorn Frostbird, a renowned Nordic warrior, stood atop a snow-covered hill, his keen eyes scanning the horizon. The aurora borealis danced across the night sky, casting an otherworldly glow upon the landscape. As the full moon rose, bathing the world in silvery light, Bjorn felt a familiar tingling beneath his skin. His muscles tensed, bones cracked and sprouted across his body. In moments where once stood a man, now towered a fearsome werewolf, its eyes glowing with feral hunger. Bjorn had not always been thus cursed. Once he had been a respected thane, defender of his people against the threats that lurked in the shadows of Skyrim. But a fateful encounter with a pack of werewolves during the harvest moon had left him forever changed, bound to the whims of the beast within. As the werewolf's howl echoed across the valley, a flicker of human consciousness remained in Bjorn's mind. He fought against the overwhelming urge to hunt, to rend flesh from bone. With Herculean effort, he directed his lupine form away from nearby settlements, racing instead towards the deep wilderness. Dawn broke, and Bjorn found himself naked and shivering in a clearing, surrounded by the evidence of his night's rampage. Deer carcasses lay strewn about, their flesh torn and bloody. Shame and self-loathing washed over him as he gathered his hidden stash of clothing and gear. "I cannot go on like this," Bjorn muttered, his voice hoarse. There must be a way to break this curse. It was then that he remembered the tales whispered around hearth fires on cold winter nights. Stories of the Beast Stone, a legendary artifact said to hold power over all shapeshifters. Legend had it that the stone was guarded by the enigmatic graybeards atop the throat of the world, Skyrim's tallest mountain. With renewed purpose, Bjorn set out on his quest. The journey to the throat of the world was perilous, fraught with treacherous ice fields and fearsome creatures. As he climbed higher, the air grew thin, and blizzards threatened to sweep him from the narrow mountain paths. After days of grueling ascent, Bjorn finally reached the ancient monastery of Hrothgar. The Greybeards, masters of the Thuum, the dragon language of power, regarded him with inscrutable eyes. "We have been expecting you, Moonhall," spoke Arngeir, the eldest of the Greybeards. The winds have whispered of your coming, Bjorn, taken aback by their foreknowledge, pleaded his case. I seek the beast stone, he said, his voice carrying a hint of desperation. I must break this curse before I lose myself entirely to the wolf. Arngir's expression remained impassive. The path you seek is fraught with danger, Moonhall. The beast stone is not merely an object to be claimed, but a trial to be overcome. Are you prepared to face the beast within? Bjorn nodded solemnly. I am prepared to do whatever it takes. With a gesture, Arngir opened a hidden passageway behind the monastery. Follow this path to the peak, he instructed. There, you'll find the stone and face your trial. But beware, you're not the only one who seeks its power. As Bjorn ascended the final stretch of the throat of the world, the wind howled around him, carrying whispers of ancient magic. Snow swirled, obscuring his vision, yet he pressed on, driven by determination and the hope of freedom from his curse. At last, he reached the summit. There, bathed in moonlight, stood a stone altar. Upon it rested a smooth, black stone that seemed to absorb the very light around it, the beast stone. As Bjorn approached, a voice rang out, stopping him in his tracks. Step away from the stone, werewolf. From the swirling snow emerged a figure clad in gleaming silver armor, a sword of purest moonlight clutched in his hand. I am Esser Galahad of the Vigilance of Stender, the newcomer announced, his voice filled with righteous fury. I have hunted you for months, beast, and now I shall end your curse permanently. Bjorn raised his hands in a placating gesture. I seek not to use the stone's power, but to rid myself of this curse, he explained. Surely, as a vigilant, you can understand my desire to be free of this affliction. Galahad's stance softened slightly, but suspicion still glinted in his eyes. And how do I know this isn't some ploy? That you won't use the stone to increase your power instead? Before Bjorn could respond, a cackle split the air. From behind a snow-covered rock, a hunched figure emerged. Her skin was green and mottled, her hair a tangled mess of feathers and bones. A Hagraven, one of the twisted witches of Skyrim. Fools, she croaked, her voice like gravel. Neither of you shall claim the beast stone. Its power belongs to those who truly understand the gift of transformation. With a screech, the Hagraven lunged towards the altar. Bjorn and Galahad, momentarily united against a common foe, moved to intercept her. What followed was a battle unlike any other atop the highest peak in Skyrim. The Hagraven's claws raked the air, trailing eldritch fire. Galahad's moonlight blade sang as it cleaved through the witch's spells, and Bjorn, caught between man and beast, fought with desperate fury. As the battle raged, Bjorn felt the pull of the full moon overhead. His bones began to creak, his muscles to stretch. The change was coming, and he knew that if he succumbed now, all hope would be lost. With a roar of defiance, Bjorn broke away from the melee and lunged for the beast stone. As his hands closed around the smooth, dark surface, a surge of power coursed through him. Visions flashed before his eyes of ancient rituals, of transformations both wondrous and terrible, of the primal connection between man and beast. The stone spoke to him, not in words, but in feelings and instincts. It showed him that the curse was not something to be broken, but a power to be mastered. The beast within was not an enemy to be vanquished, but a part of himself to be embraced and controlled. With newfound clarity, Bjorn felt the change come over him. But this time, it was different. As fur sprouted and muscles bulged, his mind remained clear. He was both man and wolf, two halves of a whole, finally in harmony. The transformed Bjorn turned to face the Hagraven and Galahad, who had paused their combat to stare in awe. With a voice that was both human and bestial, he spoke. The beast stone's power is not for any one being to possess. Its wisdom is meant to teach balance and control. The Hagraven, sensing the shift in power, snarled and launched a final, desperate attack. But Bjorn, in his new form, was too swift. With a single swipe of his clawed hand, he sent the witch tumbling off the mountain's peak, her screams fading into the howling wind. Galahad, his sword lowered, regarded Bjorn with a mixture of fear and respect. I have never seen a werewolf in control like this, he admitted. Perhaps I have been too hasty in my judgments. Bjorn nodded, his lupine features softening. The beast is not inherently evil, Sir Galahad. It is a force of nature, neither good nor bad. It is our choices that define us, in any form we take. As the first rays of dawn broke over the mountain, Bjorn felt the change reversing. But unlike before, it was not a painful reversion to human form, but a smooth transition as natural as the rising and setting of the sun. In the days that followed, Bjorn and Galahad descended the throat of the world together, their perspectives forever changed. The beast's stone remained atop the mountain, its power and wisdom available to those worthy enough to make the perilous journey. Bjorn returned to his people, not as a cursed outcast, but as a protector with a unique gift. He taught others afflicted with lycanthropy to master their inner beasts, forming a pact that guarded Skyrim's wilderness against true monsters. Galahad, for his part, returned to the vigilance of Stender with a new mission to seek understanding rather than blind extermination, to judge by actions rather than nature. And so, in the annals of Skyrim's history, the tale of Bjorn Frostbird, the Moonhowl who mastered the beast within, became legend. It was a story of transformation, not just of body, but of soul and mind, a reminder that even in the darkest of curses, one might find an unexpected blessing. Story 5. In the depths of Blackreach, where echoes of ancient Dwemer secrets still lingered in the air, a malevolent force stirred. The vast underground realm, once a testament to the ingenuity of a lost civilization, now harbored a darkness that threatened to consume all of Skyrim. As the last embers of magical luminescence flickered in the cavernous expanse, a lone figure emerged from the shadows, her eyes glinting with determination in the fading light. Lydia Frostborn, a Nordic warrior with a past as turbulent as the Sea of Ghosts, stood at the precipice of a journey that would challenge everything she believed. Her raven hair, streaked with silver, cascaded down her back, a stark contrast to the gleaming ebony armor that hugged her battle-hardened frame. The weight of her greatsword, Shadowcleaver, pressed against her back, a comforting presence in this realm of uncertainties. As she ventured deeper into the heart of Blackreach, the air grew thick with an otherworldly miasma. The towering mushrooms that once illuminated the caverns with their bioluminescent glow now pulsed with an eerie, sickly light. Lydia's instincts screamed danger, but she pressed on, driven by a duty she couldn't fully comprehend. It was then that she heard it, a whisper carried on non-existent wind, speaking of an ancient curse awakening. The words coiled around her like tendrils of smoke, speaking of eternal darkness and the fall of Skyrim. Lydia's hand tightened on Shadowcleaver's hilt, her Nordic blood singing with the thrill of impending battle. But fate had other plans for the warrior. From the depths of a crumbling Dwemer structure emerged a figure cloaked in robes as dark as the void. Nimriel, a Dunmer mage with eyes that held the wisdom of centuries, approached Lydia with measured steps. The unlikely pair regarded each other warily, years of racial tension and mistrust hanging between them like a gossamer veil. Nordic warrior, Nimriel's voice rasped, carrying the weight of urgency. I see the shadows of destiny swirling around you. The curse that threatens to engulf Skyrim in eternal night cannot be broken by steel alone. Lydia's eyes narrowed, her voice a low growl. Speak plainly, dark elf. What curse do you speak of, and why should I trust the words of a Dunmer in these treacherous depths? A sad smile played on Nimriel's lips as he produced an artifact from the folds of his robe, an elven relic that pulsed with an inner light, seemingly untouched by the encroaching darkness. This, warrior, is the Lumina Eterna. It holds the key to unraveling the curse, but its power can only be unlocked by one who walks the line between light and shadow. As Lydia's gaze fell upon the relic, memories long buried clawed their way to the surface of her mind. Images of a life she had tried to forget, of betrayals, dark rituals, and a desperate bid for redemption. She recoiled, her voice hoarse with emotion. No, you know not what you ask, mage. That path is closed to me. Nimriel's eyes softened with understanding. The past shapes us, Lydia Frostborn, but it need not define us. The curse that awakens is tied to the very magic that once tempted you. Only by confronting your shadows can you hope to save Skyrim from eternal darkness. Their conversation was cut short by a bone-chilling screech that echoed through the caverns. The farmer twisted descendants of the once proud snow elves, had caught their scent, and with them came the rhythmic stomping of Dwemer automatons, awakened from their age-long slumber by the stirring of ancient magics. Lydia and Nimriel exchanged a look of grim understanding. Whatever their differences, survival now depended on cooperation. As the first wave of farmer warriors charged from the shadows, Lydia's greatsword sang through the air, cleaving through corrupted flesh with deadly precision. Beside her, Nimriel's hands wove intricate patterns, conjuring barriers of arcane energy and hurling bolts of lightning that illuminated the cavern in brief, brilliant flashes. The battle raged on, a dance of steel and sorcery against the relentless tide of farmer and automatons. Lydia found herself marveling at the fluid grace of Nimriel's spellcasting, while the Dunmer mage couldn't help but admire the raw power and skill behind each of the Nord's strikes. As the last of their foes fell, an uneasy silence descended upon Blackreach. Lydia turned to Nimriel, her breath coming in ragged gasps. "It seems we make a formidable team, Dark Elf. Perhaps there is wisdom in your words." Nimriel nodded solemnly. "The path ahead is treacherous, warrior. To unlock the secrets of the Lumina Eterna, we must journey to the heart of Blackreach. There, in the Chamber of Echoes, lies the key to understanding the curse and your own past." Their journey through the twisted landscapes of Blackreach was a test of both body and spirit. They navigated through fields of toxic spores, crossed bridges spanning bottomless chasms, and evaded the watchful eyes of colossal Dwemer constructs that still patrolled their ancient halls. As they traveled, Lydia slowly began to open up about her past. She spoke of her youth as a promising battle mage, of the temptation of forbidden knowledge, and of the terrible price she paid for her ambition. Nimriel listened without judgment, offering insights from his own centuries of existence and the struggles he had faced. Their bond grew stronger with each challenge overcome, each secret shared. Yet as they drew closer to the Chamber of Echoes, a sense of foreboding settled over them like a shroud. The chamber itself was a marvel of Dwemer engineering, a vast, spherical room with walls covered in intricately carved runes that seemed to shift and change as one gazed upon them. At the center stood a pedestal upon which rested a crystal of deepest black. As Lydia approached the pedestal, the Lumina Eterna in her hands began to pulse with increasing intensity. Nimriel's voice was tight with tension. "Be cautious, Lydia. The energies here are volatile." With trembling hands, Lydia placed the elven relic upon the pedestal. For a moment, nothing happened. Then, with a sound like the shattering of 1,000 mirrors, the black crystal exploded into motes of darkness that swirled around the chamber. Images began to form in the swirling darkness, scenes from Lydia's past, moments of weakness, betrayal, and despair. She saw herself kneeling before altars dedicated to forbidden Daedric princes, heard the echoes of dark oaths sworn in moments of desperation. Lydia fell to her knees, overwhelmed by the weight of her past sins. "I can't," she gasped. "I'm not strong enough to face this." It was then that Nimriel's hand found her shoulder, his voice a beacon in the storm of her memories. "You're not alone, Lydia Frostborn. Your past does not define you. It is your choices now, in this moment, that will shape your destiny." And the fate of Skyrim, drawing strength from the Dunmer's words, Lydia rose to her feet. With a cry that echoed through the ages, she thrust Shadowcleaver into the heart of the swirling darkness. The blade, forged in the fires of her own redemption, pierced through the veil of shadow. Light exploded from the point of impact, banishing the darkness in a wave of radiant energy. As the chamber filled with brilliant illumination, the true nature of the curse was revealed. It was not some external force threatening Skyrim, but the accumulated weight of regret, fear, and shame that burdened every soul. The Lumina Eterna absorbed the light, its surface now etched with runes that told of hope, redemption, and the eternal struggle against inner darkness. As the last of the shadows dissipated, Lydia and Nimriel found themselves forever changed by their journey. They emerged from Blackreach not as reluctant allies, but as friends bound by trials overcome and truths faced. The curse was broken, but they knew their work was far from over. For in breaking the external threat, they had discovered a greater truth, that the real battles are often fought within one's own heart. As they stood under the vast sky of Skyrim, watching the aurora dance across the stars, Lydia turned to Nimriel with a smile. "Where to next, my friend?" "It seems our journey is just beginning." Nimriel's eyes twinkled with the wisdom of ages and the excitement of new adventures. "The world is vast, and shadows linger in many corners. But together, I believe we can face whatever challenges await." And so, the unlikely pair, a Nordic warrior seeking redemption, and a Dunmer mage in search of understanding, set off into the wilds of Skyrim. Their tale would be sung in mead halls and whispered around campfires for generations to come, a story of darkness faced, inner demons conquered, and the enduring power of unlikely friendships forged in the crucible of adversity. For in the end, it is not the absence of darkness that defines a hero, but the courage to keep fighting for the light, no matter how deep the shadows may grow. Story 6. The sky above the throat of the world churned with ominous clouds, their dark masses illuminated by flashes of otherworldly lightning. From the swirling maelstrom emerged a figure of legend and nightmare, Alduin the World Eater, his obsidian scales gleaming with malevolent purpose. The ancient dragon's roar shook the very foundations of Skyrim, heralding an era of chaos that threatened to consume not just the embattled province, but all of Tamriel. In the war-torn city of Windhelm, Ulfric Stormcloak stood atop the Palace of Kings, his ice-blue eyes fixed on the horizon. The jagged silhouette of the Velothi Mountains loomed in the distance, now obscured by the gathering storm. As the first echoes of Alduin's cry reached his ears, a chill ran down his spine that had nothing to do with the biting Nordic wind. Across the province in solitude, General Tullius paced the stone floors of Castle Dower, his weathered face creased with concern. Reports of dragon attacks had been increasing, but this was something else entirely. As he gazed out over the city he'd sworn to defend, he couldn't shake the feeling that the conflict between the Empire and the Stormcloaks now paled in comparison to the threat that loomed on the horizon. Between these two titans of Skyrim's civil war stood Lyra, a young Breton woman thrust into the role of Dragonborn. She had sought solitude in the ancient Nordic ruins of Ustengrav, hoping to find guidance in the whispers of long-dead heroes. But as Alduin's roar echoed through the chambers, she knew her time of preparation had come to an abrupt end. Lyra emerged from the ruins to find the sky ablaze with aurora, its ethereal beauty a stark contrast to the dread that filled her heart. She could feel the power of the dragon blood coursing through her veins, urging her towards a destiny she had never asked for. As if summoned by her thoughts, a familiar figure materialized before her Paarthurnax, the ancient dragon who had become her mentor. His voice, like gravel rolling down a mountainside, filled the air with wisdom and urgency. "Dovahkiin," he rumbled, "the time of prophecy is upon us. Alduin has returned, and with him comes a horde of the fallen, raised by his terrible power. You must unite the warring factions of Skyrim if there is to be any hope of survival." Lyra's hand tightened on the hilt of her sword, an enchanted blade named Frostfire that glowed with an inner light. "How can I possibly bring Ulfric and Tullius together?" she asked, her voice tinged with doubt. "They'd sooner kill each other than join forces." Paarthurnax's ancient eyes gleamed with understanding. "The path of the Dovahkiin is never easy, but it is yours to walk. Go to High Hrothgar. There, you must convene a council and forge an alliance born of necessity. Remember, in the face of extinction, even the bitterest of enemies may find common ground." With a mighty beat of his wings, Paarthurnax took to the skies, leaving Lyra alone with the weight of her task. She set out for High Hrothgar, her journey a blur of snow-capped peaks and treacherous mountain paths. As she climbed the 7,000 steps, each footfall seemed to echo with the fate of Skyrim. The ancient monastery stood silent and imposing against the turbulent sky. Within its hallowed halls, Lyra found the Greybeards already in council, their aged faces grave with the knowledge of what was to come. Dragonborn Arngeir, the eldest of the Greybeard, greeted her. "We have sent word to both Ulfric Stormcloak and General Tullius. They approach even now, though whether they come as leaders or conquerors remains to be seen." The next few hours were a whirlwind of preparation and tense anticipation. Lyra paced the stone floors, rehearsing arguments and pleas in her mind. How could she possibly convince these battle-hardened leaders to set aside their grievances in the face of a threat many still refused to believe? As the sun dipped below the horizon, painting the sky in hues of blood and fire, the great doors of High Hrothgar swung open. Ulfric Stormcloak strode in, his bearskin cloak billowing behind him like a banner of defiance. Moments later, General Tullius entered from the opposite side, his imperial armor a stark contrast to the Nordic surroundings. The two men locked eyes across the chamber, the air between them crackling with years of hatred and mistrust. Lyra stepped forward, her voice ringing out with a confidence she didn't entirely feel. "Leaders of Skyrim," she began, "I have called you here because a threat greater than any civil war now looms over us all. Alduin the World Eater has returned, and with him comes an army of the undead that threatens to consume everything we hold dear." Ulfric's laugh was harsh and mirthless. "And we're to believe that this imperial puppet speaks for the good of Skyrim? I think not." Tullius, his face a mask of skepticism, added, "While dragons are indeed a concern, I fail to see how this necessitates a truce with rebels and traitors." Before Lyra could respond, a bone-chilling roar shook the very foundations of High Hrothgar. The assembled leaders rushed to the windows, their faces paling at the sight that greeted them. Alduin soared through the skies above, his massive form blotting out the stars. In his wake came a horde of skeletal dragons, their bones knitted together by necromantic energy. And on the ground, streaming up the mountain paths, came an army of Draugr and other undead horrors. "By the Nine," Ulfric whispered, all pretense of bravado gone from his voice. Tullius, his military mind already assessing the situation, turned to Lyra. "Dragonborn, what would you have us do?" In that moment, as the fate of Skyrim hung in the balance, Lyra felt the full weight of her destiny settle upon her shoulders. She drew Frostfire, the blade gleaming with an inner light that seemed to push back the encroaching darkness. "We fight," she declared, her voice carrying the power of the Thu'um, not as Stormcloaks or Imperials, but as defenders of Skyrim, of Tamriel itself. "Ulfric, your knowledge of Nordic battle tactics will be crucial in organizing our defense. General Tullius, your strategic mind and the discipline of the Imperial forces will give us the structure we need to face this threat." As if moved by some greater power, the two leaders nodded in agreement. Ulfric extended his hand to Tullius, who clasped it firmly. "For Skyrim," they said in unison. The next hours were a frenzy of preparation. Ravens were sent to every hold, calling for aid. The Greybeards, breaking centuries of silence, lent their voices to bolster the defenses of High Hrothgar. Ulfric and Tullius, setting aside their differences, pored over maps and battle plans. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of hope, combined forces of Skyrim stood ready. Stormcloak rebels fought shoulder to shoulder with Imperial legionnaires. Mages from the College of Winterhold wove protective wards alongside battle-born warriors. Even the Thieves' Guild and Dark Brotherhood had answered the call, recognizing that their fate was tied to that of the world they inhabited. Lyra stood at the forefront, Frostfire in one hand and an ancient Nordic horn in the other. As Alduin's forces descended upon them, she raised the horn to her lips and blew a note that echoed across time itself. From the mists of legend emerged spectral warriors, the heroes of Sovngarde, come to fight alongside the living in Skyrim's darkest hour. The battle that followed would be sung of in Nordic ballads for generations to come. Lyra, embracing her role as Dragonborn, soared through the skies atop Otaving, a dragon ally won through respect and shared purpose. Her voice shook the heaven, bringing down skeletal dragons and shattering the unholy magics that bound them. On the ground, Ulfric and Tullius fought back to back, their combined might a testament to what could be achieved when old hatreds were set aside. Imperial battlemages unleashed arcane fury alongside Nordic shamans, their magics intertwining in ways never before seen. As the tide of battle turned, Lyra found herself face to face with Alduin atop the throat of the world. The World Eater's eyes burned with the fires of creation and destruction, his very presence a challenge to the laws of nature. "Dovahkiin," he rumbled, his voice shaking the mountain. "You are but a mortal playing at godhood. How can you hope to stand against me?" Lyra stood firm, frostfire blazing in her grip. "I stand not alone, Alduin. I stand with the united people of Skyrim, with the heroes of old, and with the very soul of this land. It is you who stands alone, clinging to an age-long past, with a cry that carried the hopes and fears of all Tamriel." Lyra unleashed the full power of her Thu'um. The shout, born of unity and sacrifice, struck Alduin with the force of 1,000 suns. The World Eater's form began to unravel, his essence scattered to the winds of time. As Alduin fell, his undead army crumbled to dust. A great cheer rose from the defenders of Skyrim, a sound of triumph and relief that echoed across the province. In the days that followed, as the people of Skyrim began the long process of rebuilding, Lyra found herself once again standing between Ulfric and Tullius. But this time, there was no hostility in their gazes, only a newfound respect and understanding. "The Dragonborn has shown us a glimpse of what we can achieve when we stand united," Ulfric declared, his voice carrying across the gathered crowd. Tullius nodded in agreement. "Perhaps it is time we put aside our differences and focus on rebuilding Skyrim together," as the two leaders clasped hands, sealing a peace born in the fires of near annihilation. Lyra felt a weight lift from her shoulders. She had fulfilled her destiny as Dragonborn, but more than that, she had helped forge a new destiny for Skyrim. The road ahead would not be easy, but as Lyra gazed out over the land she had come to love, she knew that whatever challenges lay ahead, they would face them as one people united, resilient, and free. Story 7. In the shadowy depths of Riffin, where the scent of stagnant canals mingled with the whispers of thieves, an ancient prophecy stirred. The air grew thick with an otherworldly presence, causing the waters to ripple with unseen energies. Carlia, master thief and last of the nightingales, felt the change in her bones. Her violet eyes, sharp as cut amethysts, scanned the mist-shrouded docks as she emerged from the secret entrance of the Thieves' Guild. The prophecy, etched in starlight on an elder scroll, spoke of Nocturnal's return, the Lady of Night, whose realm of Evergloam threatened to engulf Tamriel in eternal twilight. Carlia's fingers instinctively traced the outline of the skeleton key hidden beneath her cloak, its weight a constant reminder of her duty as a nightingale. As she contemplated the gravity of the situation, a figure emerged from the shadows. Brynjolf, her trusted guildmate, his face etched with concern. "Lass," he whispered, his Nordic accent thick with urgency, "there's strange happenings afoot. The shadows. They're moving of their own accord." Before Carlia could respond, a piercing screech split the night. From the sky descended a creature of nightmare, a winged twilight, servant of Azura, its eyes blazing with divine purpose. The beast circled once before landing before them, its voice echoing in their minds. "Nightingale," it spoke, addressing Carlia. "The balance of oblivion teeters on the edge of chaos. Only by uniting the sacred relics of each Daedric prince can the eternal twilight be averted. Seek out the Dawnguard. In their Keeper of Light lies the key to your journey." With a beat of its magnificent wings, the winged twilight vanished, leaving Carlia and Brynjolf stunned in its wake. The gravity of the task ahead settled upon Carlia's shoulders like a leaden cloak. "By the shadows," Brynjolf muttered, "what have we gotten ourselves into this time?" Carlia's reply was cut short by the tolling of Riffin's bells, their ominous peals signaling a citywide alert. The pair raced through the twisting alleys, witnessing scenes of growing chaos. Shadows writhed on the walls, taking on monstrous forms that reached for passing citizens with ethereal claws. As they neared the city gates, a familiar figure stood waiting. Maven Blackbriar, her face a mask of cold calculation. "Carlia," she called, her voice cutting through the pandemonium. "Whatever game you're playing, know that the Blackbriars stand ready. Skyrim's fate affects us all." With a nod of acknowledgement, Carlia and Brynjolf slipped past the gates, their path illuminated by an aurora that pulsed with unnatural hues. Their destination, Fort Dawnguard, where they hoped to find an ally in the fight against encroaching darkness. The journey through the rift was fraught with peril. Shadows deepened in the forests, concealing creatures twisted by Nocturnal's influence. Carlia and Brynjolf moved like ghosts through the undergrowth, their nightingale training serving them well in the face of this new threat. As dawn broke, painting the sky in hues of lavender and gold, Fort Dongard loomed before them, a bastion of light in a world growing ever darker. At its gates stood Isran, leader of the vampire hunters, his face etched with lines of constant vigilance. "Thieves," he growled, recognizing Carlia's guild armor. "What business have you here?" Carlia stepped forward, her voice steady despite the urgency thrumming through her veins. "We come seeking alliance." Isran of the Dongard. A threat greater than vampires looms on the horizon, one that threatens to plunge all of Nirn into eternal night. Isran's eyes narrowed, but before he could respond, a commotion arose from within the fort. A young Nord woman burst through the gates, her eyes wild with vision. "The Moth Priest has spoken," she cried. "The scrolls show a path through oblivion, guided by the artifacts of the Dedra." Recognition dawned in Isran's eyes as he turned back to Carlia. "It seems the gods have a sense of humor, pairing thieves with vampire hunters. Come, we have much to discuss." Inside Fort Dongard, an unlikely alliance was forged. Carlia and Brynjolf stood alongside Isran and Serena, the vampire daughter of Lord Harkon, as they pored over ancient maps and prophecies. The task before them was daunting: to collect the sacred relics of each Dedric prince and use their combined power to seal the breach between Nirn and oblivion. "We'll need to split up," Isran declared, his tactical mind already formulating plans. "Carlia, your skills as a nightingale will be crucial in navigating the realms of oblivion. Serena and I will coordinate efforts here in Tamriel, gathering what artifacts we can." As preparations were made, Carlia found a moment of solitude atop Fort Dongard's highest tower. The sky above swirled with unnatural energies, a constant reminder of the task that lay ahead. She fingered the skeleton key, wondering if its power would be enough to unlock the secrets of oblivion. Her contemplation was interrupted by Brynjolf's approach. "Quite a mess we've found ourselves in, alas," he said, attempting to lighten the mood. Carlia managed a small smile. "Indeed. Brynjolf, I need you to return to Riffin. The guild must be prepared for whatever comes next." With a nod of understanding, Brynjolf clasped her shoulder. "May the shadows guard you, Carlia. We'll be waiting for your triumphant return." As dawn broke, Carlia set out on her perilous journey. Armed with ancient knowledge and nightingale stealth, she slipped between the planes of existence, navigating the treacherous realms of oblivion. In the hunting grounds of her sign, she outwitted werewolves to claim the Savior's hide. Within the rivalrous halls of Sanguine, she won his rose in a contest of wits and drink. Each artifact came with its own trial, testing not just Carlia's skills, but her very soul. Meanwhile, Isran and Serena faced challenges of their own in Tamriel. They delved into forgotten Nordic barrows, battled cultists in remote mountain temples, and navigated the treacherous politics of Skyrim's holds to secure the artifacts hidden on Nirn. As Carlia collected the final artifact, Azura's star, from the kaleidoscopic realm of Munshido, she felt a shift in the cosmic balance. The combined power of the Dedric relics pulsed within her satchel, a maelstrom of divine energy barely contained. She returned to Nirn to find a world on the brink. Shadows had lengthened across Skyrim, plunging entire holds into perpetual dusk. At the throat of the world, where the veil between worlds was thinnest, Isran and Serena waited with their own collection of artifacts. "It's time," Isran declared, his voice carrying over the howling winds. "The eclipse approaches. We must act now or lose Tamriel forever." As the sun and moons aligned, casting Skyrim into an unnatural twilight, Carlia began the ritual. The artifacts levitated around her, their energies intertwining in a dazzling display of eldritch power. She chanted in a language older than time, her voice carrying the weight of Nocturnal's own power. But as the ritual reached its crescendo, a terrible truth was revealed. Akatosh, the dragon god of time, appeared before them in a blaze of golden light. His voice, both beautiful and terrible, echoed across reality. "Children of Nirn," he intoned, "know that the cycle of light and dark is eternal. What you seek to prevent is but the turning of a greater wheel." Carlia, her voice steady despite the inspiring presence before her, responded, "Great Akatosh, Surely there must be a way to preserve the balance without sacrificing our world to darkness. Akatash's draconic visage seemed to soften. Clever nightingale, you who have walked between shadows and light, the answer lies not in prevention, but in harmony. Understanding dawned on Carlia. With a look of determination, she adjusted the ritual, using the power of the artifacts not to seal away the darkness, but to create a new balance. Light and shadow danced around her, intertwining in a spectacular display of cosmic harmony. As the energies settled, Skyrim found itself transformed. Day and night remained, but the boundaries between Nirn and Oblivion had become more fluid. Magic flowed more freely, and the influence of the Daedric princes waxed and waned with the cycles of the moons. Carlia, Isran, and Serana stood atop the throat of the world, marveling at the new world they had helped create. The threat of eternal night had been averted, but the challenges ahead were no less daunting. What now? Serana asked, her eyes reflecting the aurora that now permanently graced Skyrim's skies. Carlia smiled, a rare expression of hope crossing her features. Now we adapt. We learn to live in a world where shadow and light coexist in balance. It won't be easy, but then again, nothing worth doing ever is. As they descended the mountain, Carlia felt the skeleton keep pulse with new purpose. In this reborn world, where the boundaries between realms had blurred, she knew that the greatest adventures and the greatest challenges still lay ahead. The tale of the Twilight Convergence would be told for generations, a reminder that true heroism often lies not in vanquishing the darkness, but in finding harmony between light and shadow. And in the shadowy corners of Riffin, in the hallowed halls of Fort Dongard, and in the swirling depths of Oblivion, new legends waited to be born. Story 8. In the heart of the Imperial City, where golden spires pierced the sky, and ancient magic thumbed through every stone, a desperate plan was set in motion. Princess Valeria Septim, last scion of the dragon-blooded emperors, stood before a hidden portal, her heart pounding with a mixture of fear and determination. The air crackled with arcane energy as the young princess stepped through the shimmering veil, leaving behind the only home she had ever known. In a flash of blinding light, Valeria found herself transported to the rugged, snow-covered landscape of Skyrim, a land as beautiful as it was dangerous. As the icy wind whipped around her, Valeria's mind raced with the events that had led to this moment. The Thalmor, those golden-skinned elves of the Aldmeri Dominion, had orchestrated a coup, their centuries-long plan to dismantle the Empire finally coming to fruition. The Imperial City had fallen, and with it, the last bastion of resistance against their domination of Tamriel. Valeria shivered, pulling her cloak tighter around her shoulders. She was alone in a foreign land, hunted by forces beyond her comprehension. Yet deep within her chest, a fire burned the ancient power of the Dragonborn, passed down through generations of Septim rulers. As she trudged through the snow, Valeria's keen eyes caught sight of movement in the distance. A group of bandits, their armor a patchwork of furs and stolen plate, emerged from the tree line. Their eyes gleamed with malice as they spotted the lone traveler. Valeria's hand instinctively went to the hilt of her sword, a family heirloom that had seen countless battles. As the bandits charged, she felt a surge of power well up inside her. Words of power, ancient and terrible, formed on her lips. Fuz Roda. The shout erupted from her throat, a wave of pure force that sent the bandits tumbling backward like leaves in a storm. Valeria stood, shocked at the display of power she had unleashed. The legends were true. She truly was Dragonborn. As the stunned bandits scrambled to their feet and fled, a new voice called out from the shadows of the forest. Well, it seems the little bird has claws after all. A figure stepped into view, a man with a roguish grin and eyes that sparkled with mischief. He bowed with exaggerated flourish. Brynjolf, at your service, my lady. And might I say, that was quite the impressive display of shouting. Valeria regarded him warily. How do you know who I am? Brynjolf's grin widened. Let's just say, I have friends in low places who hear whispers from high towers. The last Septim, here in Skyrim, that's not the kind of news that stays quiet for long. Before Valeria could respond, a ear-splitting roar shook the very ground beneath their feet. A massive shape blotted out the sun, as it soared overhead a dragon, its scales gleaming like polished bronze in the winter light. By the 9, Brynjolf whispered, all traces of humor gone from his face. I thought they were just legends. The dragon circled once, twice, its ancient eyes fixed upon Valyria. Then, to their astonishment, it spoke, Drem Yalak, Dovakian. Long have I awaited your coming, with a thunderous impact that sent snow billowing in all directions. The dragon landed before them. Valyria, her heart racing, felt an inexplicable connection to the magnificent creature. I am Odavying, the dragon rumbled. Once I served Alduin, World Eater, but the tides of fate have turned, and now I offer my allegiance to you. Last Septim, and so began Valyria's journey across the war-torn land of Skyrim. With Brynjolf's cunning and Odavying's ancient wisdom to guide her, she set out to reclaim the lost relics of Talos, artifacts of immense power that could rekindle the Dragon fires and seal the barrier between Mundus and Oblivion. Their quest took them to the farthest reaches of the province. In the depths of ancient Nordic tombs, they battled Draugr lords and solved puzzles left by long-dead kings. Through the mists of Morthal's swamps, they sought the council of Hagravins and bargained with Daedric princes. Along the way, their band grew. Lydia, a fierce Nord warrior with unwavering loyalty, swore her axe to Valyria's cause. Mercurio, a sarcastic but brilliant mage from the College of Winterhold, joined them, his lightning spells proving invaluable against the Thalmor agents that dogged their steps. As they traveled, Valyria felt the power within her grow. Each word wall they discovered, each dragon soul she absorbed, brought her closer to understanding her true nature as Dragonborn. Yet with this power came responsibility, and the weight of destiny pressed heavily upon her shoulders. Their journey culminated at the throat of the world, Skyrim's tallest mountain, and home to the reclusive Greybeards. There, amidst howling winds and treacherous ice, Valyria faced her greatest challenge yet. Alduin, the World Eater himself, had returned. The ancient dragon, black as night and terrible to behold, sought to fulfill his destiny and bring about the end of days. Only Valyria, with the combined might of the relics of Talos and her own dragonborn powers, stood a chance of defeating him. The battle that ensued was epic in scale, a clash of shouts that shook the very foundations of Nirn. Odavying and Alduin wheeled through the sky, their duum rending the air asunder. On the ground, Valyria and her companions fought off waves of Alduin's draconic allies. As the battle reached its climax, Valyria found herself face to face with Alduin atop the highest peak. The World Eater's eyes burned with malevolence as he regarded the last septim. Major, Alduin snarled, foolish mortal, do you truly believe you can stand against me? I am Alduin, firstborn of Akatosh. Valyria stood tall, the amulet of kings gleaming at her throat, and Goldbrand, the sword of Tiber Septim himself, clutched in her hand. I am Valyria Septim, heir to the dragon throne and protector of Tamriel. By my blood and by my voice, I banish you, Alduin. With a shout that combined all the power she had gained throughout her journey, Valyria struck. The very fabric of reality seemed to tear as Alduin was cast adrift in the currents of time, his threat neutralized at least for an age. As the dust settled and her companions rushed to her side, Valyria felt a profound change come over her. The power of the Dragonborn, fully awakened, surged through her veins. She knew then that her journey was far from over. In the months that followed, Valyria led a revolution against the Thalmor occupation. The people of Skyrim, inspired by the return of a true Dragonborn, rallied to her cause. From the snowy peaks of the Geralt Mountains to the volcanic tundra of Eastmark, the fires of rebellion spread. The final battle took place in the shadow of White Gold Tower itself. Valyria, astride Odavying, and wielding the full might of her Thuum, led the charge against the Thalmor forces. Brynjolf's network of spies and thieves sowed chaos within the enemy ranks, while Lydia and Mercurio commanded the ground forces with tactical brilliance. As the sun set on that fateful day, Valyria stood once more in the Elder Council chambers, but this time as conqueror rather than fugitive. The Thalmor threat had been broken, their armies scattered to the winds. With trembling hands, Valyria took up the ruby throne, the the weight of the empire now resting squarely upon her shoulders. As she sat, a ripple of energy pulsed through the imperial city. The dragon fires, long extinguished, roared to life once more in the Temple of the One. The barrier between Mundus and oblivion was restored, and a new age dawned for Tamriel. Valyria Septim, once a frightened princess fleeing for her life, now sat as empress, the blood of dragons flowing through her veins and the wisdom of her journey etched upon her soul. And so, the tale of the last Septim became legend, whispered around campfires and sung by bards in taverns across the land. It was a story of courage in the face of overwhelming odds, of friendship forged in the crucible of adversity, and of the enduring power of hope against the darkness. For though the threat of Alduin had been vanquished, and the Thalmor defeated, Valyria knew that eternal vigilance was the price of peace. And so, she ruled with wisdom and compassion, ever watchful for the challenges that the future might bring, ready to take wing and soar once more should Tamriel have need of its dragonborn empress.